Hello. Yes. The humble beginnings. I'm still pretty humble, I think. Hello. How is everyone? Um, Maybe we'll start with something lighter. Oh, right, I have to. How is everyone today? Hmm? I take this. Having dinner. One moment, please. Um, I I can't. Oh, no. There we go. Found it. The world with. I wonder. Does anybody here come here for history at all? I wonder sometimes. Okay, let's set it up. One moment, please. Uh, oh, so let's set it up. Sometimes history. And usually for what? What do you come here for usually? Hmm? Uh, oh, watching commentary from a different perspective. I see. So we have different perspective. Um, the big Russian lie. I don't like to feel trapped in a bubble. So you have different views from me. Then that would mean I'm outside of your bubble. Hmm? I'm outside of your bubble. Sometimes we agree to disagree. 6.7 thousand. 8.4 thousand. Oh. We're gonna watch I could watch this but nobody would understand it. Or maybe people will. We'll see. Interesting topic. I wonder if it has subtitles. No, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. History time. Okay. I'm gonna have to translate this video, of course, because it's in Polish. And if I just leave it running like this and comment on what's being said, nobody will understand a single word. So, this will require a bit of explanation. In the English language, basically, I believe 90% of the time, actually all of the time, you address people with the word you. You might add, you might use sometimes sir, madam, or whatever else form, but you will always, sooner or later, you will always use the form you to address someone. And in Poland, for example, that is not the case. In order to say you, the equivalent of you need to be very familiar with a person. And the closest equivalent to how people actually communicate in Polish when not being super familiar with one another would be to say, would sir want to do this? Would sir want to go with me to the cinema? Never the direct you. Hello, sir. Would sir want to go with me to play some tennis? Would sir like some tea? And that is basically the norm in the Polish language. And what the video person says at the beginning here is that the influences from the West have made it so that more and more workers within a company just address each other with the direct you instead of sir or madam, and the whole formula that I've just laid down for you. I hope it's understandable. I hope I managed to sort of break it down in a clear fashion. And using name directly. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about coworkers, bosses, or even strangers in some cases. Colleagues. But countrywide, that is not the norm. Countrywide, still the whole thing that I just laid out is the norm when it comes to communication in Poland. Interestingly enough, from what I'm learning, the way to make speech more formal in Ukrainian is to create the plural form of you in a lot of cases. Polish people, unlike the British or Americans, prefer a more distanced form. Oh, an official letter we will usually start from the words Honored Sir, Honored Lady, Szanowne Panie, Szanowna Pani, which interestingly enough also is the way President Zelensky addressed Vice President Kamala Harris during the Security Council in Munich. Szanowna Pani. So you can see that the languages are pretty close. Pretty close to one another. How fascinating. Even to a neighbor, if we do not feel any sort of closeness to the neighbor, we will address them as, for example, Mr. Janusz or Sir Janusz. And of course, this has historical reasons. Today, with the great history with Kamil Janicki, why don't Polish people address each other with the. Why don't Polish people just say you to one another? Interesting. I saw this book in a bookstore. This episode is based on my book, The Real History of the Polish Nobility. Pretty okay. In modern times, sorry, let me tweet. During the times when in Polish and not only society, the Szlachta class or the state dominated clearly. People from the nobility were expected to follow a complicated, although unwritten, complex code of conduct. It was not a small matter as to should you shake the hand of the person that you're talking to, or should you bow, or should you bow, or should you lean to sort of shake the hand. The way somebody greeted someone reflected hierarchy. Even little small sort of movements could betray that one of the sides of the conversation feels less worthy than the other side of the conversation. Among equal nobles, many sort of kind gestures were considered the norm in communication. Familiar, if you will. In the 17th century, priest Szymon Starowolski wrote in his reform of Polish customs that unlike other peoples, but the Polish people, unlike other people, Polish people tend to uh, grope each other when they greet. In order to show each other a friendly affection by doing that, this sort of ceremony thing. It was easy to make a mistake when it came to kissing. It was widely accepted that you would that a maiden's hand would be kissed. And also that of older men and who were more worthy. You would kiss the feet of your parents by kneeling. In 17th century, it was written that a son should kneel before his mother on the one knee, and that a daughter should kneel on both knees. When it comes to noble relations among equals, kisses were a very risky business. At least in the 16th century, there was an opinion that was sort of strengthened by an encyclopedist that overly kissing one another when greeting is the domain of simpletons. Which those that actually have coats of arms have abandoned. Even more important in this whole conversation were pronouns and sort of honorific titles. Today, the thing is quite readable. Today, the thing is quite simple. You can use an official and distanced form. Sir, lady. Or more direct, that betrays a sort of familiarity. You. As Gerald Stone, a researcher of the quirks of Old Polish language, said, this sort of separation was typical for Western European countries. But in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the whole thing was a lot more complicated. ages ago, within those phrases, societal order sort of came through. No, the nobles only used the term you to those who they considered subservient to them, lesser. The peasants, um, or no, not manufacturers. The peasants or mm, smiths. Using you with an equal was a form of an insult. It sullied the honor and demanded vengeance. Even in marriage, till the very end of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, uh, married spouses did not use you towards another, but a sort of polite phrases. Pani Dobrodziejko, which I don't even know how to translate. Mm, gracious lady? At least when they could be heard by the outside world, they never used you. In the 16th century, towards people that were equal or higher than you, Wasza miłość was like the main term. Your loveliness. Your loveliness, I guess. Or your grace. Although that makes no sense. Your loveliness sounds better. It didn't stay long though. The trends when it comes to those phrases changed very fast. The people of lower status started looking towards the elite for cues as to how to speak. They started to talk to one another the same way as landowners did. So the nobles were forced to find new, more and more dignified and wonderful phrases to call one another, which would still separate them from the pleb. The process became even more faster when the top of the nobility wanted to cut itself away from the lesser nobles. When your loveliness was not enough, they started saying, "Your loveliness, sir. Your loveliness, lord." Which was sort of shortened into this. And then it became właściwe. I don't even know how to translate these phrases. They're so untranslatable. Jesus. Your loveliness gracious, sir. Yes, your loveliness gracious, sir. That's the translation that I'm gonna go with. Your loveliness gracious, sir. Or rather, your loveliness gracious Lord, I guess. And so, gracious became enlightenedly gracious from the very popular. Oh, the video is muted. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Wow, we've been watching this video. But it doesn't matter. The person is speaking Polish, so it's not like you would understand anything. The person is speaking Polish. So you can basically only depend on what I'm saying. Unless you're Polish watching this stream.
Przechodzono z kolei do mości, panie bracie.
Mości, panie bracie, so... Jesus. I don't know how to translate it. Like... Gracious... Lord brother.
Stopniowo standardem stały się złożone wiązanki, które
Slowly it became a standard to sort of combine these phrases.
dzisiaj brzmią wprost absurdalnie,
Which today sound absurd.
ale w wieku XVIII stanowiły wyraz kultury i szacunku.
But in the 18th century, those absurd combinations were a symbol of respect and having good manners or something.
Pisano więc chociażby jaśnie wielmożny mości dobrodzieju.
Okay. So they wrote, enlightenedly gracious, great, good maker. I don't... Oh boy. Jaśnie wielmożny mości dobro... Oh my god. The Polish-Lithuanian commonwealth deserved to fall.
Albo wasza miłości, mój miłościwy panie dobry.
Oh my... What? Wasza miłości, mój miłości... That one doesn't even make sense. We're talking about Ukraine as always. You're lovely, my lovely... You're lovely, my lovely Lord... Good maker. I don't know how... They're so untranslatable, these weird... Wasza miłości, mój miłość... What the... That's just... These are just words. I swear. Holy crap. I swear, I'm gonna put this through a translator engine and see what it comes up with. I should have thought about this before. Benefactor. I guess. I'm sorry, this still makes no sense. Your love, my loving Lord benefactor. Okay. It doesn't sound any better in Polish, by the way.
Dobrodzieju.
Your loving, my loving Lord benefactor.
Przy tak długaśnych określeniach nie było innego wyjścia, jak tylko używać skrótów.
With those super long terms, there was no other way than to shorten them up
Pełne formy
into some weird hybrids. Also, hello.
trafiały do nagłówków listów, ale w tekście pisano już na przykład
The full forms were part of the headers of letters, but
JWW Pan.
what the? You're kidding me! You're kidding me! No way! No way! No way! No way that was a thing. I don't believe this. No way. You're kidding me. JWW Pan. WWMM. That sounds like some wrestling terms. I swear. WWMMPAN. Jesus. Sounds like some weird wrestle companies. That's just weird. Ugh. I just can't believe that's like a thing.
The following program.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. But yes. Wait, where's the... Ugh, I lost the plot. Oh, here. Sorry. I'm sorry. It reminds me of the abbreviations used when talking about Muhammad in Islam. The wrestling phrases.
WWMM Pan Dobr albo WWMM Pani Dobr.
Okay.
Czasem z tyloma literami, że aż trudno rozwinąć je w sensowny sposób.
Sometimes there were so many letters that you could not really untangle them in a sensical way. Oh boy.
Także w mowie potocznej
So in like common speech,
postępowało skracanie.
shortening became a thing.
Zwroty już wytarte, odrzucone przez magnatów, a następnie
So the sort of well-known and discarded terms by the magnates
szlachtę przyjmowały coraz prostsze warianty.
have taken on simpler and simpler variants. Thank God.
Jak Asan, Mospan albo Waćpan.
As Asan, Mospan, and Vachpan. I know Vachpan, but Asan, Mospan, what? Asan. What does Asan mean? And Mosspan, what's that?
Pojawiała się złożona i płynna gradacja.
Um, I a complicated and fluid gradation became a thing.
Jedne zwroty uważano za wyjątkowo przymilne,
Some were considered really nice,
inne tylko za grzeczne,
some just polite,
kolejne za neutralne,
some
równościowe
neutral,
albo wręcz oschłe i nacechowane
and some dry.
dystansem.
Yes. As
Czasem
Stan
to, co
mentioned.
pierwotnie było wyrazem szacunku,
Sometimes something that was at first considered respectful
stawało się wręcz określeniem obraźliwym.
became insulting with time.
Jeśli na przykład w XVIII wieku jeden
For example, in the 18th century, one noble
szlachcic usłyszał od drugiego, że jest
heard from another that he is a
waszecią albo
What the hell is that? Vashetia. So what if a noble heard from another noble that he's a Vashetia
waścią,
or Vasht?
czuł się jakby zdzielono go po twarzy.
He felt as if he was smacked on the face. Jesus. What is a Vashetia? What?
Waszeć, choć pochodziło od waszej miłości,
Oh, Vashech, even though it came from your loveliness.
stało się bowiem u schyłku epoki tym, czym na jej początku było ty.
Became what was earlier you. So it was degraded to you.
Tak mówiono do plebejuszy,
That is how they spoke to the pleb
aby wyrazić swoją wyższość.
to show their superiority.
Dopiero po upadku Rzeczpospolitej
Only after the fall of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth,
szlacheckiej, gdy zaczął kruszeć stary porządek społeczeństwa,
when Jesus, Russia, I'm not sure which is Prussia and which is Austria, to be honest. The old social order started to crumble after the fall of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
zwroty wreszcie uległy faktycznemu uproszczeniu,
And those terms became actually simplified. Vashech.
czy wręcz swoistej demokratyzacji.
And even a democratization.
Pierwszy przypadek użycia krótkiej formy pan
The first case of using the short form of Lord, Sir,
bez żadnych ozdobników i
without any words around it,
rozwinięć pochodzi z drugiej połowy XVIII wieku.
comes from the second half of the 18th century.
Można na niego natrafić w prywatnym liście aktorki Antonii Prusinowskiej
It's in a private letter of the actress Antonia Prusinowska
skierowanym do zamożnego szlachcica.
to a wealthy noble
Na początku wieku XIX,
at the beginning of the 19th century.
jeśli wierzyć wydanemu wówczas słownikowi polszczyzny,
If we are to believe a dictionary that has been published back then,
wciąż pisano na przykład WWMM pan dobr, ale wymawiano tylko pan.
they still wrote the whole WWR pan dobr, but just pronounced pan
Przed połową stulecia proste
or lord.
pan, zarówno w mowie, jak i piśmie, było już standardem.
Where? When? Sorry?
W mowie, jak i piśmie, ale wymawiano tylko pan. Przed połową stulecia proste pan
Before the half of the century, Sir/Lord became the norm
zarówno w mowie, jak i piśmie,
in writing and in speech.
było już standardem. Starczy powiedzieć, że na kartach sławnego pana Tadeusza
We just need to see that in the books on the pages of the famous book Pan Tadeusz, Mr. Tadeusz,
wydanego w roku 1834,
from 1834,
określenie waść występuje 35 razy.
The word vash is used 35 times.
Waszeć 25,
Vashech 25.
waćpan 10,
Vachpan 10.
ale pan 1200.
And Pan or Lord 1289.
289 razy. W roku 1874
In 1874,
na stronach Biblioteki Warszawskiej
in Warsaw Library,
tak podsumowano zachodzący proces.
this is how the whole process has been summarized.
Kraj nasz odrzucił w ostatnim czasie waszmość i waćpana.
Our country has recently rejected Vashmosh and Vachpan. But instead of it,
Lecz w miejscu oni lub wy ukazało się nagle
but in the place of them and you in plural, we suddenly have the short and meaningful Sir/Lord Pan.
we wszystkich ustach krajowych krótkie znaczące pan. I używane dziś jest powszechnie we wszystkich stronach kraju,
And it is used widely in all parts of the country, by all classes, when used to the higher ups, to the equals, and even to those lower.
i przez wszystkie klasy.
Hello.
W zwrocie do wyższych, do równych i nawet do niższych. Mówienie na pan sprawiało, że każdy, niezależnie od pochodzenia, czuł się pełnoprawnym członkiem społeczeństwa.
Using Sir or Lord made it that everybody, no one, regardless of their birth, felt that they were fully equal parts of society.
Zwrot nie sugerował, że chodzi o plebejusza, nie obrażał, nie wskazywał na
It did not sort of indicate that someone was from the pleb. It did not insult.
jakąkolwiek formę zależności.
It did not indicate any sort of hierarchy between people.
Na swój sposób łechtał też dumę.
In its own way, it also tickled the pride.
Bo nawet chłop czy członek miejskiej biedoty
Because even a peasant or a poor person from the city
mógł słyszeć, że jest panem.
could hear that they are a lord/sir.
I choć dzisiaj nie pamiętamy już o tej genezie,
And even though we do not remember of the roots of this,
to wciąż bardzo wielu Polaków czuje się urażonych, gdy ktoś obcy zwraca się do nich tak, jak kiedyś wołano na poddanych.
still many people get offended when they get called how the serfs and the peasants used to be called.
Chłopów.
So you.
O kulturze dawnego siemiaństwa i o tym, jak wpływa ona nadal na polskie
You can read all about this in my book, basically, is what he's saying.
obyczaje i
right now.
tożsamość, przeczytacie w mojej książce.
There you go.
Warholstwo – prawdziwa historia polskiej szlachty.
You can read all about this in my book because this whole video is just a book promotion. This has so many views, 290,000. As a foreigner, it's very interesting to see how Polish people argue in a store, for example, and use those terms like sir, lady, because it is a sort of a very because it is like a polite form, but what they insult themselves with is not polite in the slightest. I guess. My best friend just put out a short, and the short shocked me to the core. Okay, I I actually want to watch this later.
Zabory to
I want to know who was worst. Who was worse? Russia, Prussia, or Austria? Which one was worse in your opinion?
Nikt z nas nie lubi kamienia
Hey dear, how do you get a country girl's attention?
Nikt z nas nie lubi kamienia następnego. Chyba
Okay. I'm gonna show you a video which shocked me because I didn't know this about my best friend. So,
w Wietnamie
in Vietnam, apart from the names that are in your document, so your given name by your parents,
oprócz imion występujących w dokumentach nadaje się jeszcze takie domowe, pieszczotliwe określenie,
there's also this like home name, this pet name that your family uses.
którego używa rodzina. Ja mam dla
My home name is, for example, which means duck.
przykładu Wit, co oznacza kaczkę. Jest taka wietnamska piosenka
There is this Vietnamese children's song about a duck
dla dzieci o kaczce, która wskoczyła do stawu i
which jumped into the lake and does quack, 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 quack.
robi kwa, kwa, kwa.
Một con vịt xuề ra hai cái cánh, nó kêu rằng quack 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 quack.
Będąc dzieckiem,
And I was a child, I loved this song and I kept singing it.
uwielbiałam ją i ciągle ją śpiewałam, więc stąd wzięło się
And so that is how my home name came to be.
moje domowe imię. A czy u was w rodzinach występują domowe imiona?
Are home names something that is part of your lives? Is it something that is used in your families? A special home name?
Tak jak w Wietnamie
What do you think? I was shocked when I watched this. Once again, I can be happy about my duck branding. You know? I was starting to regret my duck branding because, because of the whole Kaczynski thing, but now I feel a bit better about it. What is this? Oh my god. Oh. This is not a debate. What?
Could just be a miscommunication thing, you know what I mean? But
Bro,
play
you
this
have not
game,
even
and I'll
answered
play
my
it.
initial question
Fine.
of
I
when I
understand that
read your
you haven't
message.
been
No,
listening
no,
to me.
no,
right? You're
don't
busy.
fuck.
Your brain is turned off,
Fuck
right?
you.
And you haven't
Excuse me,
even let
buddy,
me talk.
buddy.
Okay,
What was
okay,
my
okay.
first
Let's-
question?
you gotta-
My
one
first
at a
question
time.
was,
I can't answer
One
does
at a-
reading your
one at
message
a
imply
time.
contemporaneous?
Time.
You said I was going to have
Wick
the floor
finish,
after this.
and then let
Oh, okay, no, we're not watching this. Indian government, we're sticking with Russia. Interesting.
So Javesh Shergill is national spokesman for
India, apparently. I mean, India is. It's been known that India has been doing business with Russia as well. This sort of places itself as this country that, by its own admission, sort of has options to choose from. You know? Before you make a game, watch this. Okay, I'm gonna watch this because somebody has said that I should make a game.
So, Josh, thank you for the $3 tip. I got intense depression from working on an ARPG as a solo dev and seeing all these new ARPGs. I feel so bad for trying to make one. Any encouraging words, please?
Yes, don't make it alone.
Okay, I can give you some genuine encouraging words about that.
Oh wow, okay. I thought the words would be, don't do it alone. Damn, I expected something else.
First of all, attempting to make anything is difficult. Destroying things, super easy. Seeing what other people
What? Sorry, what?
easy. Seeing what other people think is difficult. Encouraging words about that. First of all, attempting to make anything is difficult.
Trying. Okay, I mean that's true. That's true.
Destroying things, super easy.
Damn, it sounds like what my father used to say all the time. My father used to say this all of the time.
Seeing what other people have made, also super easy. Attempting
It's, I guess, yeah.
to make anything, super difficult. Reduce the scale of what you're trying to make and make the best thing that you can that is small scale. And then when that's out, don't try and make your magnum opus as the first thing you do. Whenever anyone says to me, and this is genuine serious advice, whenever anyone says, hey,
So lower the scale of what you want to do. I guess that makes sense, no?
what's the advice for making things? I fall back to the way that Adam Bond from Adventure Quest did it. Make something small and simple. Put it out. Make something small and simple, but slightly bigger than last time. Put it out. Small and simple, put it out. Small and simple, put it out. And eventually, you'll have so many small, simple things under your belt that when you think, hey, I'm going to make a big thing, you realize that all you're doing is taking all of the small, simple things you've already done and throwing them all together. So many people want to start by making something massive. Most people say, hey,
That is actually pretty good advice. Wow. Wow, damn, actually, that's actually pretty good advice.
I want to build a rocket ship, but no one says, I just want to understand how an engine works. I just want to understand the basics of this. Make something that shows you the basics, that proves that you can do the basics. You want to make an ARPG, okay, action RPG, that's massive. Make one level. Doesn't need to be big, just one level with one system in it. Just movement, just combat, just jumping, just upgrades, one system. Make that, then add that to something bigger. That's what it is. But no, in all seriousness, so many people, and again, I'm not having a go at you for this, but so many people that I know aim for projects way beyond their scope, way beyond their ability, and they spend so much time doing it. And unfortunately, this development time is mentally draining, it's taxing, and it's expensive. You're not going to see a return on investment for a hell of a long time. So one of the best things you can do for it is say, right, what can I make in a week? What can I make in a week? What can I make in a month? Now, you might think, I can't make my dream game in a month. That's fine. You don't need to make your dream game in a month. What can you make in a month? And spend a month making something. At the end of the month, say, right, I've got this. And I'll say, right, have you learned any tricks during that month? Any tips or tricks? Any kind of hacks that if you were to make this again, you would be able to make it quicker? And you'll have learned something. You'll definitely have learned something from the process of doing it. So then make something else in a month. And then something else in a month. And after doing that with lots of little things, you'll think, oh my God, this is really clever. I can make lots of small things a hell of a lot faster than I was able to before. But if you want to just make a program, a little game where you throw a fireball and the fireball follows
I think this actually applies to different things as well. This is very interesting. This actually applies.
enemy. All you need to do. It doesn't need to be a crazy big Path of Exile level multi-spell extravaganza. Just you throw a fireball from your character, it follows the enemy. It's all it needs to do. And once you've proven you can do that, okay, cool. Now see if you can make it again quicker. Make it follow the enemy, maybe go up and down, maybe add different axes to it. Then we say something else, and then you write another small program to do something small. By the time you come to make the big thing and you think, oh my God, I need to make this crazy boss that throws minions that follow the player. Oh, hang on, I can probably just repurpose something from the fireball I made earlier. There we go.
Damn, that's smart. Smart thinking.
Don't try and make a finished product in one go. Try and make a tiny bit of a finished system. If you want to learn to cook an incredible Sunday dinner and you have never cooked anything before, do not try and learn every single thing on the day that you actually cook the dinner. Say to yourself, right, I'm going to learn how to cook potatoes. That's all I'm going to learn. Forget everything else. I'm going to get these potatoes perfect. And when you've mastered cooking potatoes, right, now I'm going to learn how to cook amazing vegetables. Master that. Okay, now I'm going to learn how to cook this. Master that. By the time you've mastered all the small skills, you put them together and it looks amazing when you give it to someone. They're like, oh my God, you know all these things? I'm like, yeah, but slowly. Slowly, little bits.
Damn. So yeah, that's the thing. Don't try to do it big, do it small, and then build up on the small things that you're building. Smart. I might try to implement this. Oh, there you go, another video.
Hey guys, welcome. I'm Brandon, and I have been helping people get into game development for almost 2 years now. So if you are looking to start your game dev journey, then you have come to the right place. So this is an overwhelming journey to get started. So with that in mind, this video is going to serve as a complete roadmap for starting your game development journey. And we want to do it in a way that makes sense, and we want to skip any potential time wasters that might come up. So where do we begin? There are a lot of different opinions on even just where you should start, and everyone learns a little bit differently. But if you are a hands-on learner, what I would recommend is that you just dive right in and start learning your engine straight away. So naturally then, our starting point is going to be, we have to pick an engine. And the landscape for this topic has changed a lot in 2023, so I want to give you the most accurate and up-to-date information that I possibly
now
can
it's
to help you make
2024.
the best choice for you. Because ideally, you can switch engines. No one's saying you can't switch engines, but it's ideal that you don't switch engines. You want to master one tool. And there are dozens and dozens of game engines out there, but I'm going to focus on the big three: Unity, Godot, and Unreal. And whenever we talk about these three engines, the topic of graphics almost always comes up. So let's just get that out of the way. If you are a solo developer or you're working on a small team, you really don't need to worry about graphical capabilities. All three of those engines I just mentioned will suit your needs just
What do I have to worry about?
fine. If you're working solo, you're probably not going to be pushing the boundaries of any of those engines, so I wouldn't worry about that. You can make your game look phenomenal in any of those engines. But there are a few factors that you might want to consider. And normally when it comes to game development, I wouldn't talk about the pricing of the actual engine, but this has been a really hot topic since 2023. So let's deal with that really quickly so that you have all the best information. And we'll start with the paid engines, Unity and Unreal. Now, neither of them cost any money unless you're making a pretty substantial amount of money from your game already. Most indie developers will have to pay very little, if anything at all. And both Unity and
I mean, that's true. If you have skills, that is.
Unreal are free to download, and there are no core engine features locked behind a paywall. Now, Unity made the headlines in 2023, and that's a big understatement. They announced updates to their pricing, and they did not handle it very well whatsoever. But they have since walked it back to something very reasonable, but ever since then, I've noticed there's been a lot of misinformation floating around. In terms of what they landed on. So I just want to make sure that you are getting the accurate information that you need. So the next major Unity update is going to be Unity 6. That is when the new pricing will take effect if you update to that version of Unity. So with that new version, here's how the pricing is going to work. If you make more than $200,000 annually with your game, you'll need to upgrade to Unity Pro, which costs about $185.
Oh my, what? Month? Oh, screw that. I'm not doing that.
Month. At that point, you will also owe the lesser of 2.5% of your gross revenue or a download fee per install. And again, that's the lesser of. So the very most you're going to be paying is 2.5% revenue on top of your Unity Pro subscription. Again, this is for Unity versions.
That subscription is wild.
Which is not out yet. The current pricing for all Unity Unity versions right now, which you can stick with, by the way, if you don't update, is free up to when your game makes $100,000 annually. If your game revenue exceeds $100,000 annually, then you will need to upgrade to Unity Pro. Okay, so that's Unity's pricing. So let's talk about Unreal. Unreal charges 5% if you have earned a lifetime revenue of $1 million, or apparently a lifetime of 5 million if it's on the Oculus store. So Unreal is a lot more simple. Godot, on the other hand, is open source and therefore is completely free. And I don't want to be mistaken here. I'm not necessarily advocating for anything, but just because Godot is free, I'm not necessarily saying that that is the best choice for you. Godot is free, which is a really, really big advantage. But if you go with Unreal or if you go with Unity, they have really big advantages as well. They have asset stores. They have far more resources. They're not open source, so they are more stable. They have baked in multiplayer services that you can utilize. They will often introduce the cutting edge new technology. If you want cutting edge new technology, that's the way to go. And in a lot of cases, both of those engines are more performant than Godot is under the hood. And on top of that, if you were looking to get a job in the industry at any point, then learning those two engines would be greatly to your benefit. But with all that being said, Godot is a really, really solid engine. And unless you're wanting to pursue really high-end rendering, then Godot is a very popular and very good choice. I personally still use the Unity engine and I don't have any plans on changing. And if my game makes over $200,000 in a year, then I will happily share 2.5% revenue. But that's just me. So that's pricing. Now, the other thing that you need to consider with these engines is which programming options do they make available to you, because each one has a different path that you're going to have to follow. So with Unreal, you will mostly be using Blueprints. Blueprints is a visual node-based scripting solution. You can write native C++, but most of the resources that you find online are going to be centered around creating Blueprints. So if you're new and you're just opening Unreal, then Blueprints is going to be the easiest thing to learn. With Unity, you have the option of writing C# code or their visual scripting solution, which is now just called Unity Visual Scripting. Their visual scripting is going to be very, very similar to Unreal's Blueprints, but in this scenario, it's a little bit flipped because most of the resources that you'll find online when you're searching for solutions to problems will be written in C#, not using Unity's visual scripting. So again, if you're new and you're just starting out and you choose to use Unity, then you'll have the easiest time getting started if you choose regular C# scripting. With Godot, based on my research, it looks like they no longer support visual scripting as of Godot 4, so you'll be writing their own language called GDevelop, which is the one that they recommend. Although it looks like it also supports C# and C++. But again, if you're looking at tutorials online and you're trying to learn it, then you're most likely going to run across GDevelop solutions. Personally, if you are brand new and you're looking to just start out, then I would try all three of them. Spend 1 or 2 days in each of them and see which one you like the best personally. They all have slightly different feels, so you might find that one of them feels just a little bit more intuitive for you. All right, now let's say you've gone ahead, you've picked your engine, now you're back here. What is next? You need assets to make your games, right? You need sprites if you're working in 2D, or you need models if you're working in 3D. For now, at the beginning stages, what I would recommend is using other people's art. Drawing and modeling are two completely different skill sets outside the scope of what you need to learn with your game engine and now programming as well. If you don't know how to draw or you don't know how to make 3D models, you could learn those things in parallel with learning your engine and programming. But for the sake of getting up and running really quickly, just use art from online right now. You have enough to learn in the early stages. Open Game Art is a great resource. I'll put a link for that down below. But when you are actually ready for art, if you're working in 2D, then Photoshop is generally your top choice. But if you're on a budget, Krita is free and open source and is also really great. If you're doing 3D, just download Blender, use Blender. It is free. All the other choices are very expensive. Okay, but again, for now, if you are in the early stages of just getting started, you're gonna get up and running much more quickly if you just use other people's art assets. Just for learning, not for making your actual game. Don't steal people's stuff. So okay, you have your engine. What do you do now? To learn your engine and the basics of programming, what I would start with is watching 2 or 3 beginner-friendly tutorials. Follow them, listen to the instructions that they give you. This is just to get your feet wet and to get comfortable and familiar with your engine. Once you've done that, and that is a really, really boring way to learn, but it is going to get your feet wet. But once you're done that, I want you to think of a really, really simple game, like Flappy Bird or Pong or a simplified Crossy Road, something like that, okay? And you're going to try to make it. It's preferable that you choose a game that already exists and you can find some art online for it somewhere. What the game is doesn't matter so much as how you're looking at it. The idea here is that you're able to break down the things that you need to make into really small, Googleable chunks. I don't know if that's a word, but I'll say it again. Googleable chunks. Some tiny, simple little game like Flappy Bird can be broken down into really tiny micro steps. How do I get the bird on the screen? How do I get the pipes spawning in? How do I make him fly every time I click the mouse, etc., etc. Since this is a game that already exists, this is going to simplify things for you because it takes the design out of the equation. It saves you time because you don't have to think up the game rules. You just copy them. Now, this exercise, you're going to want to do this several times. And if you want to push yourself even a little bit more so that you learn more quickly, what I would do is add a little twist to the end of each of these micro projects. Doing this is going to help you develop your skills so quickly, but it will also help you stay out of what we call tutorial hell. That is where you are stuck in the learning stages forever and ever, and you never feel like you have enough confidence to actually go out and start something on your own. Okay, so if you have made several micro projects, what do you do next? You're going to want to start participating in game jams. Find them and participate in them, solo or with a team, it really doesn't matter. Just search them in Google, there are billions of them going on all the time. One of the biggest and most popular is Ludum Dare. These will force you to create something fast, under a deadline, and most importantly, you're gonna get critical feedback on your game. If you have done a few micro projects and you have participated in a couple of game jams, what I would recommend you do next is trying to make a game in 1 month. The first game jam actually that I ever participated in was a month long, and it was a very, very different experience than something like Ludum Dare, which is either 48 or 72 hours, depending on which one you do. Because in a month, you suddenly have time to make a lot of different levels. You can add polish and particles and do some of these things that you might not necessarily have time for in your typical game jam. Things like particles, shaders, music, sound design, level design, animation, 3D modeling. These are all skills you're going to need to acquire, but they are not what you start out with. You can learn all of those skills after you have gained some competency and some confidence in your game engine and with your programming language. So here is a bonus
programming language.
piece of advice for you, okay?
For me.
When you are playing video games, I would say start playing them with a much more critical eye. Still enjoy them, but actually pay attention to what they are doing. Pay attention to what they did well and what worked, or moments that frustrated you and why did they frustrate you? How would you go about solving that? You can learn a lot about game design just by playing with a critical eye. Like the video if you liked, and if you want a tutorial to help you get started with your very first game project, I have one right here. Bye.
The first to the game. So how do we feel about this? Maybe I'll do a game. I'm making a game in RPG Maker. Oh, yeah, we're gonna talk about that. What's the title of the stream again? Okay. I guess we can now move to the main topic. Right? Uh, my passion for learning programming has diminished these past few years. Yeah? What do you have passion for these days? What is your passion now? What is your main passion now? So I guess I'll make it quick. Hold on, I apologize for this. Where is it? Border breakthrough. Okay, that's gonna be the first thing. So I've talked yesterday about a brief history of how the border crisis began, what the farmers want, what specific party has created the border crisis, how certain unsavory elements have co-opted the protests, how certain pro-Russian elements have sort of become almost, at least to the general population, voice of the protests, how grain has been spilled, how pro-Putin slogans have appeared on transparents of the protesting people. We've been through all that. We've also talked about the green order, which the farmers are protesting about. We have spoke about how the Law and Justice Party championed the green order when it was in charge of the country through the Commissar of Agriculture in Europe, who just happens to be a law and justice guy. We discussed the green order a little bit. We wonder what it actually has to do with Ukraine. The answer is nothing. And we've also discussed how President Zelensky has invited President Andrzej Duda and Prime Minister Donald Tusk to the border to discuss the blockade. Since then, since yesterday, things have already taken a turn. Things have already taken a sharp turn. Already moves have been made, already certain decisions have been made. And for example, Prime Minister Donald Tusk has announced that the entirety of the border of Poland and Ukraine shall be added as part of critical infrastructure. He has announced that. What does that mean? What it means is that basically blocking the border will become illegal. Blocking the border will now become illegal for the protesters. Okay? There we go. We shall take a look at this. Ukraine's fate hangs in the balance, Polish Prime Minister says. And he also added, and I don't think I have to add, that our fate hangs in the balance as well. Polish, as he moves to secure aid transit route. Warsaw, Poland. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said Thursday that border crossing with Ukraine, border crossings with Ukraine are being added to a list of critical infrastructure to ensure that all military and humanitarian aid can reach Ukraine without any delays. I've even mentioned yesterday that the blockage of the border had caused, for example, drone components for Ukraine not to go there because, well, Ukraine would not order them anymore because there would be no point if they would be stuck on the border. Tusk spoke following protests by angry Polish farmers that have included border blockades and the spilling of Ukrainian grain from freight trains at a Polish border crossing. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Wednesday that the blockade was hampering the transport of military supplies to Ukrainian forces on the front line. The fate of Ukraine is hanging in the balance, and I don't need to convince anyone that this means that our fate is also hanging in the balance, said Tusk, whose country is located along NATO's eastern flank and borders Ukraine. Poland is one of the main staging posts for Western military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Poland has donated many of its own weapons, but transports from other NATO countries often pass through the large Central European nation. Tusk disputed that any military equipment intended for Ukraine was being held up. However, he said that border crossings and sections of roads and railways tracks will now be added to a list of critical infrastructure to ensure a 100% guarantee that military and humanitarian aid will reach the Ukrainian side without any delays. Which, all I can say is, I mean, there's a war. I'm not gonna say better late than never, but I am glad that this is actually being dealt with. And this is being dealt with in quite the smart way. This is being dealt with in a... I think this is basically the best solution that can be hoped for when it comes to this crisis, considering that otherwise, if the reaction would be any harsher, the Law and Justice Party and the Konfederacja Party would jump into new government saying that it is anti-Polish. Already I can see some Law and Justice Party members saying that the new government is being anti-Polish, even with this unblocking of the border, which will probably have some results in the local elections. But I still think that it's great that it looks like the border will be finally unblocked. Polish farmers, like farmers across Europe, have been in revolt against Ukrainian food that has been entering the European Union market. They say the cheaper produce is driving down prices. They have also protested EU climate policies, which they say will increase their costs and hurt their bottom line, which, again, is the policy that the Law and Justice Party has proudly claimed as its own not so long ago when it was still in charge, and now is against. The Law and Justice Party just cannot decide what they want. They just cannot decide who and what they are. They cannot decide. I mean, they can. It's just about fighting the opposition. What was their little baby yesterday is their big enemy today. Following protests in Poland this week, Zelensky publicly appealed to Tusk for a meeting of the two governments at their joint border ahead of the second anniversary Saturday of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Tusk, however, said Thursday the two governments should wait until a previously scheduled March 28th meeting in Warsaw, arguing that Poland's solidarity for Ukraine is strong and there is no need for symbolic gestures. But he also stressed that he was working to address the legitimate concerns of Polish farmers and to help Brussels and Kyiv understand their point of view. Like, the problem with this is that the Brussels thing, Poland itself, through Law and Justice, have sort of contributed to, through that green order that the Commissar of Agriculture, who is Polish and from the Law and Justice Party, has claimed to be his personal project. Remember, I'm not riding the wave of the European Union. The European Union is riding my wave, was what he said. And also, the problem is with framing it as something that Kyiv must understand as well in this case, because again, it's the policy of European Union that like certain fees were lifted from Ukraine, and of course certain tests, etc. were lifted that all of the European grain has to go through, sure. But I feel that there's a need for two things in this case, like solidarity with the farmers of Ukraine that have to go through hellish conditions in order to collect their crop. That's, I guess, one aspect of the whole thing. The other aspect is remembering that it's not just weapons that fuel the war. It's also the economy that allows the government to stay afloat. That's also part of contributing to the war effort. And I think that there's something to be said about finding a solution that will benefit that will sort of, I guess, calm down the Polish farmers as well as allow the Ukrainian ones to get their grain out there, you know? Like, to some degree, I can understand that the farmers can be frustrated that there are a lot of sort of regulations put upon them that sort of make it more expensive as compared to Ukrainian grain. But this is a very special situation, a situation of war, a full-scale invasion. And to understand sort of how these sort of things develop, it has come to this, that Ukrainian farmers themselves have started bringing destroyed equipment from their country to the Polish border to illustrate what the Ukrainian farmers have to go through, which I think is sort of a good idea, but I'm not entirely sure if it will work on the Polish farmers. This appeal to humanity, you know? People can be really, really stubborn, if that makes sense. Close their eyes to the suffering of others because they can only see their own. But yes, you can even watch a video of okay, I'm just gonna mute it. We don't need the music. See? The destroyed tractors, the destroyed equipment is being brought to the Polish borders by the Ukrainian farmers so that Polish farmers can sort of understand the hardships that they go through. See? The desolated, destroyed equipment. And like with all the subsidies that the farmers in the European Union get, apparently Polish farmers are the biggest benefactors of subsidies when it comes to farming from the European Union. With all these benefits, I think it's unfair, frankly, to blame Ukrainian farmers for the fact that European Union has certain regulations and that Ukraine is exempt from them currently because of the war. I don't think it's like fair to blame Ukraine for that, all things considered, considering what situation we are in. And also, it is especially not fair, ridiculous even, to try to blame Ukraine for the Green Order. You know, a bunch of European Union regulations with the goal of making European Union countries ecologically neutral till 2050. What does that have to do with Ukraine? It has nothing to do with Ukraine. There's even been a call by some of the farmers to go to the border anyway. So I'm curious if this will happen, and I'm curious if that happens, will there be a stronger reaction to such a thing? You know? Let me see. It's ridiculous. I can't find anything about... Oh, maybe I'll just... Oh, and of course, this has to be discussed. This 100% needs to be discussed. Because again, as I've told you before, this protest has a very, very disgusting underbelly. And that disgusting underbelly is far-right, anti-Ukrainian, I would dare say, pro-Russian political parties connect themselves to this protest and use any opportunity to use this whole situation to spread anti-Ukrainian rhetoric. And so, Krzysztof Bosak. We enter Krzysztof Bosak. Krzysztof Bosak needs a little bit of an introduction, I think, because before we can move on. So I'll do just that. Let's do a little bit of an introduction to Krzysztof Bosak, who he is. Krzysztof Bosak is a far-right Polish politician. He serves as the Deputy Marshal of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland. He was a member of the Sejm for the League of Polish Families from 2005 to 2007, and has been a member of the Sejm again since 2019 for the Confederation. Bosak was the chairman of the All Polish Youth, which is like this far-right, I dare say, almost like this thug group from 2005 to 2006, and was one of the founders and current chairman of the National Movement. He was a candidate for president in 2020. So you can basically see what sort of person we are dealing with here. Political stances. Bosak is a hard Eurosceptic who is actively pursuing a Polish withdrawal from the European Union. Interestingly enough, some of the farmers have taken on the slogan of leaving the European Union. He identifies as a national conservative and a traditional Catholic. In his view, the major right-wing parties of Western Europe have capitulated to the liberal revolution and no longer promote conservative values. He is also critical of the Law and Justice Party, which according to him will most likely follow the same path as right-wing parties in the West. So in other words, according to this guy, the Law and Justice Party is just not radical enough. Okay? Just not radical enough. Just not radical enough. So now this person, who we've just met, has reacted to President Zelensky's proposition to meet at the border. Krzysztof Bosak has responded to the proposition of President Zelensky to meet at the border and to talk about resolving the protest. His words are, the proposal to meet with the Polish government at the border is an attempt to improve the PR of President Zelensky. It is an attempt by President Zelensky to improve his PR. That is basically how it's framed. A PR stunt. Okay? Here you go. The proposal of a joint meeting of Polish and Ukrainian governments on the Polish-Ukrainian border on the 24th of February is an attempt at sort of, it's an attempt at improving PR by Volodymyr Zelensky at the cost of Poland, said on Thursday Vice Marshal of Sejm Krzysztof Bosak of the Konfederacja Party. He stressed that for such a favor, he should have to pay Poland with certain concessions. Yeah. So he said that Zelensky should pay for Poland with concessions just for agreeing to meet him, which again, smart play in this case by Donald Tusk, who said let's just meet on the designated day, because now people like Bosak cannot say, hey, we just improved Zelensky's PR. Hey, the new government is just a lackey to the Ukrainian government. Hey, do we really want this government? Hey, you should vote for us instead. And of course, the Law and Justice Party would do the same. Make no mistake. There would be the exact same reaction from the Law and Justice government. That's a given. It is just a given. President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky has asked, made an appeal to the Prime Minister Donald Tusk to have the two governments meet on the shared border, which would happen before the Saturday 2nd anniversary of the Russian invasion on his country. Zelensky also asked for the support of Andrzej Duda to facilitate the dialogue. A meeting of the two governments on the border is a purely theatrical gesture, because the real talks are happening on the level of workers and at in the capitals of respective countries. I know that they happen in Warsaw and Kiev, said to Radio WNET Krzysztof Bosak. What President Zelensky is asking is a favor for himself, so that he can show what a tough negotiator he is, that he can fix all of the problems of his country. For such a favor, he should pay with concessions. See, this is like this confrontational, frankly, this is still tame, mind you. This is still tame compared to the usual slogans of the Confederacy Party. But if you know anything about the party itself, the infamous "Stop the Ukrainization of Poland" slogan from Konfederacja, you will see the aggressive anti-Ukrainian undertone of this. Hey, they just want something from us. They just want to take something from us, and they really, they should pay us with concessions, basically. He said that the Prime Minister Donald Tusk should make his presence on the border dependent on that which is happening on the workers' level. if during these talks there would be an agreement that would be beneficial for Poland, then he should enter it. But if we are just disrespected there and nothing will happen, then we should treat this proposal of meeting as a PR stunt by Vladimir Zelensky at the cost of Poland. So he should not be given this favor, said Bosak from the highly anti-Ukrainian party. Okay? When asked if he sees the assertiveness of Donald Tusk towards Ukraine, the leader of Konfederacja party said that he doesn't see it, which is quite honestly bullshit. Like, but of course he's gonna say it. He hates the current government. He hates its guts. Like, he hates everything about it. To Bosak, law and justice is not good. Okay? That is a thing that he considers not to be good. So of course he's gonna hate the new prime minister. Of course he's gonna not see the assertiveness. But the assertiveness is clearly there. Considering that he said that the meeting should happen on the 28th, that and at the same time joining the Ukrainian border to the list of the critical infrastructure, right? To play it hard with Kyiv, you would have to do what the Confederation Party suggested on Wednesday. So you would have to widen the embargo on products coming into Poland. The problem is that such a thing would set us on a collision course, not just with Kyiv, but also with Brussels, said Bosak. Which, of course, Bosak would love that. Of course, the Confederacy Party would love that. Because they're both, just so conveniently, they're both anti-Ukrainian. Again, the Confederacy Party wants to take Poland out of the European Union. And also, they just so conveniently happen to be anti-Ukrainian. Wow. Oh yeah, and the Confederacy Party also happens to be some of the biggest supporters or even, I dare say, leaders of the protests. Like, just keep this in mind all of the time when discussing this, okay? Keep this in mind all of the time. Keep this at the back of your head. So yeah, let's continue the article. He said that the most important thing for Poland is keeping the sovereignty of the food and to keeping own sort of farms and food production, which, okay, but not like this, not like this. We have it written in our constitution, but it has a strategic character, said the leader of the Confederation. The export that currently goes out from Poland to Ukraine is about the war that is happening in that country. When there is peace, Ukraine will once again produce more food, and the export advantage that Poland has may disappear. Of course, conveniently, completely ignoring the fact that if we had peace, the export of grain would go back to mainly happening in the sea. It already is mainly happening in the sea, I might add, because of the creating of that route that was established on the Black Sea now. So already a big part of it is going through the sea already. So there's a little bit of a double standard here. Oh yeah, we have an advantage of export, but you know, it's just temporary. Once the war ends, we're screwed. But the import is also happening the way it is because of the war. Like the custom fee is being lifted because of the war. Many of the things, many of the regulations of the European Union are not being applied to Ukraine exactly because of the war. So it goes both ways. It goes both ways. It isn't just a temporary solution that benefits Poland when it comes to its export. The entire arrangement is sort of because of the war. So he also said that in the world there are very many receivers of Polish food. This is Cope. Our food is good, attractive, and we can export it to all directions of the world. Which is why, in the name of temporary export increasing to Ukraine, we should not close our home agriculture thing. You know? To destroy our own economical roots. This just makes no sense. I'm sorry, this is nonsensical. These measures that the European Union has given to Ukraine are because of the war. And guess what? The French were afraid of the Polish farmers when Poland was joining the European Union. And the French farmers did not disappear. This is very short-sighted and stupid, but again, it's the Confederacy Party. So of course you'd have that. Cope. The increasing in the trade balance is a good goal, but it should not be over the sovereignty and food stability of our market, said the leader of the Confederacy. So yeah. That is the reaction from our friend Bosak, which again, Confederacy has a big hand in supporting the protests, in sort of stoking the flames of the protest, adding the more radical elements of the protest, the anti-Ukrainian elements, the anti-European Union elements, which some transparents did say that Poland should first leave the European Union and to rewrite its constitution, interestingly enough. You write in the constitution I wonder if there's been anything. Nothing. So there you have it. Oh my god. Yeah. There's a lot here. Sorry. So yeah. Keep in mind, the anti-Ukrainian slogans have their root. There are two main sort of there's one possible hypothetical source of the anti-Ukrainian slogans from the Polish farmers, which is Russia itself sending Russian agents, which some protests have been allegedly said to be Russian themselves, Russian agents, you know, sort of just spreading Russian propaganda. And there's also the other pillar, as I've said, the Confederation Party, which has been openly anti-Ukrainian from the get-go. In fact, let's take a look at something. Let's take a look at the history of anti-Ukrainian action from the Confederacy Party. There we go. There's another member of the Confederacy. Okay? There's another member of Confederacy called Braun. Grzegorz Braun, a member of the Confederacy. A member of the Confederacy, the same party that supports the protest at the border, who has coined the phrase stop the Ukrainization of Poland. He did whole protests about it, about how Ukraine is trying to take over Poland, how Ukraine is trying to turn Polish people into sort of subservient people to Ukrainians, how basically the Ukrainian language will push out Polish language. It was all there. It was all there in the doctrine of the Confederacy Party. And since the Confederacy Party has lost the election, the parliamentary elections, unfortunately, or rather, fortunately, it does not have much say when it comes to actual power. Okay? But they found a way to warm their way into broader politics by attaching themselves to the protest of the farmers very aggressively, very publicly, with their anti-Ukrainian rhetoric, which finds fertile ground, so to speak, with the farmers. And for example, Grzegorz Braun is well known for boasting about tearing down Ukrainian flags. Braun condemned the display of Ukrainian flags as sign of solidarity with the victims of the war. He posted on Twitter, "Do we already have Ukropolin here?" Ukropolin. So you have anti-Ukrainian sentiment, Ukro from Ukraine, but you also have anti-Semitic sentiment, Polin, which means Poland in Hebrew. So do we already have Ukropolin here? Who is the host here? Another one. So, of course, the Confederacy member has alluded that Poland is becoming a Ukrainian Jewish state, or a Jewish Ukrainian state, if you will, if you prefer. On January 27th, 2023, he destroyed a Christmas tree, which was displayed as an association of judges. The tree was decorated with bubbles with Ukrainian flags, which was, to the Confederacy Party, little bubbles with Ukrainian flags were unacceptable, so they had to be destroyed. In January 2023, the Never Again Association published a report on hate speech as well as the anti-Semitic and anti-Ukrainian conspiracy theories propagated on the media Narodowe, national media online TV channel. Upon the publication, the channel was removed by YouTube in August 2022, thanks to the cooperation with the Never Again Association. This is basically the type of television that the Confederacy Party cooperates with. So as you can see, there's a lot to be talking about this protest. We've already talked about this yesterday. The fact that there is a weaponization of the upcoming local elections when it comes to the topic of the grain protest. So yeah, we've got it. That's an extra segment about the grain thing. Already yesterday's one was pretty long, so So we've done it, I suppose. So, let us continue this. Oh, I just received. I'm sorry about the veganism. I'm sorry. Sorry. Unfortunate, but you know. Polish people are meat eaters. It's an unfortunate reality. Hold on, sorry. What? Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, yeah. So since everybody's talking about the front, I'm gonna talk about something a little bit different. I'm gonna be talking about a different aspect as always, as I tend to talk about different aspects, but I have to find... Oh no, wait, I have it here. Yeah, I have it prepared here. So recently, I've been talking to a psychologist that just happens to be working with me and like basically she's my therapist. And as it happens when people talk with me about therapy, the discussion sort of shifted, or rather started, from discussing Ukraine, war in Ukraine, and the situation at the border. But the topic also shifted to a topic that is part of a broader, much broader topic when it comes to the war. A topic that is sort of, from what I'm unfortunately learning, like this big topic that is not talked about basically at all. I don't think people talk about it all that much, that the cost when it comes to the future of the country, of the children in the country. The psychologist that I've spoken to said that she has actually quite a lot of clients from Ukraine who attend therapy. And those are usually people who have families left in Ukraine, usually fighting soldiers. But also there are people like the elderly in Poland from Ukraine that have more than just fighting family members left in Ukraine. They have their children and their grandchildren still living in Ukraine. And those patients tell my therapist, for example, how they are really terrified by the fact that their little grandchildren that are supposed to go to kindergarten or the first grade or anything like that, like pack their little backpacks, prepare to go to school, and then an alarm siren goes off. And instead of going to school, instead of getting to sort of, go have fun with friends in class and attend education, they have to take their little backpacks and go to like this underground bunker when they can learn, usually remotely, and this is like a problem. It's been reported widely that the metro stations are basically becoming schools in some cities, especially the more east you head out. And also you have a lot of this sort of not in person learning, and you have here this: Kharkiv children rush to the metro school from the bus amidst air sirens, with just 5% attending classes in person. A new underground school devoid of natural light and windows is under construction, another grim impact of Russia's war. Children that will just grow up with the trauma of war, having to learn in underground bunkers, having to hide, And the trauma is very real and very unbelievable. There's one other thing that the psychologist told me, which was very illustrative of what the children in Ukraine must be feeling. And I will tell you that I'll tell you that in a moment, okay? Tell you that in a moment. That the children rushing to the it says on the billboard, Den Zakochanych, the day of lovers, the day of those who are in love, Valentine's Day billboard. So those are the children just going through. So for like the psychologist, I'm gonna show it again. It's gonna show it again. The children going to them. Ten zakochany. Yeah. It does, doesn't it? And the psychologist told me that, like, she has a small son, you know? She has a very small son. And there was this anniversary of, there was an anniversary of some kind of, I think, Warsaw Uprising or something. It was something like that. And there were sirens. You know, there are always commemorative sirens when these sort of things happen in Poland. And so, of course, there were sirens back then as well. And her son reacted with crying. And he, like, shouted to his mom, "Mom, there's war. We have to run away." You know? Like already, the small child that doesn't even live in a war zone sort of reacted to the sirens by crying out and asking my therapist that they should run away because there's war. So now imagine how the kids must feel that actually are in the midst of a war. You know? And there's also the whole topic of the kidnapping of children, you know, the genocide element of this war. Of children being kidnapped, taken to Russia, and raised as Russian. It's a whole element of this whole war. And so we will now take a look at something. So I'm pretty sure I also have it saved. Not just Mariupol, a lot more places. If you're referring to children being kidnapped. One moment, I'm gonna have it ready for you in a second. I'm gonna have this whole thing ready for you in one moment. Because I'm pretty sure I saved it. Yes, of course. Thank you. There you go. In 2022, UNICEF's co-financed Belarusian summer camps that hosted Ukrainian children from occupied territories, according to an investigation by Radio Svoboda's Scheme. The UN fund in collaboration. Well, we're gonna take a quick look at this here. The UN fund, in the collaboration with the Belarusian Red Cross, organized the placement of children in the Bereska and Lipsky camps for teenagers. They held meetings with police officers, organized trips to the training ground, and even concerts with Russian patriotic songs. The Ukrainian ombudsman says that UNICEF no longer finances such programs. Journalists contacted the organization's representative office in Belarus for comment but received no response. Photos from the camp's social media accounts reveal that what happened at these children's camps. There you go. Children from your occupied territories. There we have an interesting statement. Russian state TV presenter suspended after disgusting call to drown Ukrainian children. I guess that was too much even for Russian TV, huh? I guess the thing was that's a bit too much. That's a bit too much even for us, huh? Yeah. Russian state TV presenter suspended after this disgusting call to drown Ukrainian children. A presenter on Russian state-controlled RT media has been suspended after he said Ukrainian children who saw Russians as occupiers under the Soviet Union should have been drowned. I guess that's even too much for the Russian state TV, at least openly to say. They have a PR. They have a PR to upkeep, you see. You can say those things out loud. Not yet. For now, I'm stopping our collaboration, as neither I nor the rest of the RT team can afford to even think that any of us are capable of sharing such a view. The broadcaster's editor-in-chief Margarita Simonian tweeted, I mean, you're fine with kidnapping children, though, and making them Russian. That's fine. Tweeted in late October 23rd, in announcing the suspension of presenter Anton Kraskovsky. That's his photo. What a charming lad. What a charming lad. In a show broadcast last week, RT presenter Antony Kraskovsky said children who criticized Russia should have been thrown straight into a river with a strong current. Krakowski, a pro-war commentator who has been sanctioned by the European Union, was responding to an account by Russian science fiction author Sergei Lukyanenko about how, when he first visited Ukraine in the 1980s, children told him they would live better lives were it not for Moscow occupying their country. They should have been drowned in the Tisina River, Kraskovsky said in response. Just drown those children. Drown them. Alternatively, he said, they could be shoved into huts and burned. They could be shoved into huts and burned. Yeah, the Russian world is just wonderful. This is just wonderful. In short segment of the interview, which was shared on social media, Kraskovsky also laughed at reports that Russian soldiers had raped elderly Ukrainian women during the invasion. Anton Kraskovsky's statement is wild and disgusting. It is hard to believe that Kraskovsky sincerely believed that children should be drowned, Simonian said. And Simonian's not really any better. Like, she's a Putin propagandist. Just keep that in mind. Like, that's too much for even the Russian state TV. At least to say openly. Most normal Russian propagandists, I mean, Jesus. Kraskovsky's comment also sparked outrage in Ukraine and the West, feeding allegations that Russia is intent on eradicating Ukrainians on the whole. I mean, it's not an allegation. It's a thing that Russia says all the time. How can it be allegation if Russia just keeps saying it? Like, it... Allegation, okay? It's not allegation if it's true. Governments which have still not banned RT must watch this excerpt. Ukraine's foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba said in a tweet that linked to a clip in the interview. Maybe we should watch it. Jesus. So yeah, that's not really talked about that much. About how children are being kidnapped. About... Yeah. It's not really said about those victims of the war. There you go, another article about this. February 22nd, 2023. Russia militarizes Ukrainian children in occupied territories. Because, you know, that's the thing to do, to militarize the children. You occupy an area and then you militarize its children. That's the play. Not really a consistent position for them to fire someone for this, given that they call for so much scale genocide. But I suppose this bad PR for them since it calls attention to the kidnapping. Yeah, who knows? Like, I mean, they threw him out because they don't wanna drown children. They wanna militarize them, as we're about to learn in a second. Why would you drown perfectly usable cannon fodder? It makes no sense. Russia militarizes Ukrainian children in occupied territories. The Russians continue to militarize Ukrainian children in temporarily occupied territories in Crimea. Invaders are preparing to introduce a statewide system for preparing citizens for military service, according to the National Resistance Center. Because why should Russians die destroying Ukraine when, Ukrainians can die destroying Ukraine? Is basically what Russia is thinking, which, by the way, doing things like this is illegal. But when has Russia ever bothered about legality of anything? In the temporarily occupied territory of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, representatives of Russian occupying forces continue the policy aimed at militarizing Ukrainian children. According to all the so-called orders, occupiers aim to create in each municipal entity the centers of the so-called military patriotic education and youth preparation for future service, states the material. At the same time, Russians are considering the possibility of activities of regional branches of the Russian Youth Military Patriotic Organization, Young Army Cadets National Movement. That sounds familiar. Why not just call it Putin's Youth while we're at it? That would have been fitting. The Putin's Youth. The Young Army. Yeah, times change, but the awfulness of certain practices do not change, do they? Founded by the Ministry of Defense of Russia in 2016, within this organization, Russian children are taught so-called patriotic education, the use of various types of weapons, ideological devotion to the authorities, and service, preparing the new generation for mobilization, and instilling the ideology of the Ruski Mir, ideology literally Russian world, the idea that Russian culture completely dominates all other civilizations. Any child from 8 years old can become a member of the organization. Earlier, it was reported that Russia's occupation administrations are bringing more and more Russians to the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Recently, the invaders brought students from Yakutia in the Russian Far East to indoctrinate their Ukrainian peers. Meanwhile, residents of the Russian-occupied Sevastopol are preparing to boycott the pseudo-presidential elections in Russia. Which, by the way, we're gonna talk about that later. We're gonna talk about that later because that's actually a pretty interesting development. Okay, a pretty interesting development that we're gonna talk about in a second. But I wanna talk about the children. I wanna think of the children a little bit more. Okay. Wow. How interesting. Russian puppet leader admits deportation of Ukrainians, hints at executions and occupation. Wow, hints. Who would have expected that Russia would execute people and would, well, not me, certainly not me. I could have not seen this coming, not in a million years. Not me. Evgeny Batilsky, Russian appointed governor of the Zaporizhia region, acknowledged the forced deportation of Ukrainian citizens and hinted that the Russians are executing Ukrainians. The Institute for the Study of War reports this with reference to Batilsky's interview. According to him, the Russian occupation authorities expelled a large number of families who did not support the special military operation or who insulted Russia, including the Russian flag, anthem, or Russian President Vladimir Putin. Batilsky tried to justify these actions, which constitute war crimes, by claiming that the forced deportation of Ukrainian families was for their own benefit, as occupation authorities would have had to deal with them in an even harsher way in the future, or other pro-Russian citizens would have killed them. So you see, there's this sort of deportation where the father is gonna get killed, mother is gonna be done who knows what with, and the children are gonna be made Russian. Like, it's done for their own good, because the Russian locals would have killed them, and the local authorities would they would need to deal with them. So yeah. Batilsky said that the occupation authorities gave the deported families the opportunity to leave, but deported some by force after giving them a water bottle at the border. How generous. A water bottle. Damn. Oh gosh. How can this be? Oh, we're entering the genocide talk. How exciting. He also said that the occupation authorities had to make extremely harsh decisions that he will not be talking about. Analysts suggest that Batilsky hinted that the Russian occupation forces are executing Ukrainians without trial or investigation. It is noted that Russia is trying to destroy the Ukrainian language, culture, history, ethnicity, and identity, including through actions that violate the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Batilsky's statement about Russian deportations of Ukrainian citizens critical of the Russian occupation indicate that Russian deportation campaigns in part intended to Russify populations in occupied Ukraine through coercion and fear, the analysts write. Deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia, what is known. In the context of a full-scale invasion, Russia is deporting Ukrainian children en masse from the occupied territories of Ukraine. They are taken to the occupied Crimea, Russia, or Belarus, allegedly for rehabilitation or to rest in camps. So, yes, this is well documented that Russia has been saying that it's been taking children with disabilities to Russia for rehabilitation, and just so happens conveniently to hand them a Russian passport and identity when they enter Russia. On March 17th, the International Criminal Court in The Hague issued an arrest warrant for Russian leader Vladimir Putin and Russian Commissioner for Children's Rights Maria Lvova Belova. They are suspected of forcibly deporting Ukrainian children. On April, so already basically we have a genocide accusation. On March 17th, the international, we have already seen this. On April 27th, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe recognized the deportation of residents of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine to Russia as genocide and welcomed the issuance of arrest warrants for Putin and Russian Commissioner for Children's Rights Maria Lvova Belova by the International Criminal Court. So, it's basically already at this point recognized internationally as a genocide. Like if the International Criminal Court is getting involved, that means at least an official accusation, an official charge of genocide is being levied, and that if Putin was arrested, which a warrant for him is out, he would be tried for genocide, as he should. The same day, Vladimir Putin signed a decree allowing for the deportation of Ukrainians for refusing to accept Russian passports. And there are still people saying that no, it's not really a genocidal war that's happening in Ukraine. No. There's we don't really have any grounds to believe that, apart from the fact that the Council of Europe has recognized this as such, and that the International Criminal Court, the one that is charged with trying people for genocide, got involved in this. A special report presented by the OSCE on May 4th stated that Russia's forced deportation of Ukrainian children could be recognized as a crime against humanity. On May 29th, Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights Dmytro Lubinets spoke at an informal meeting of the UN Security Council on the issue of Russia's abduction of children from the occupied territories of Ukraine. The ombudsman said that Russia deliberately changes legislation to make it impossible for Ukrainian children to return home and uses, among other things, the forced change of their citizenship to Russian. Lubinets also noted that Russia does not provide any data on Ukrainian deported children. It is not even known where they are and in what conditions. He also said that Russians use child labor and militarize Ukrainian children in the temporarily occupied territories. We've already read about this element of the whole story. So not only just basically already in the occupied area preparing Ukrainian children to, in the future, kill Ukrainian people. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Reintegration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories, Irina Vereshchuk, said that Russia is changing the names and dates of birth of illegally deported children. In return, the Russian State Duma stated that 700,000 Ukrainian children had been deported to Russia since 2014. So this has started a long time ago, the kidnapping of children, and hence the genocide. This started a long time ago. Okay? On July 17th, the UK government imposed new sanctions against Russians involved in the illegal removal of children from Ukraine. These include the Russian Ministers of Culture and Education. On August 1st, the US State Department called on Russia to stop deporting Ukrainian children from the occupied territories and to return them home. On November 23rd, the BBC wrote that the leader of the Just Russia political party, 70-year-old Sergei Mironov, adopted a 10-month-old girl abducted from the Kherson Regional Orphanage. On December 7, 2023, the Verkhovna Rada Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner from Human Rights Dmytro Lubinets said that the deportation of 19,540 Ukrainian children by Russia has been officially confirmed. Officially confirmed. So there is still a lot of them that cannot be confirmed at all. On December 7, 2023, the Verkhovna Rada Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, we already read this. On January 25th, PACE called on EU parliaments to recognize the deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia as a war crime. Here we have it. The kidnapping of children, the militarization of children, so children being trained as future soldiers to obedient only to the state that will be dying for the Russian world. And then we have the children that are gloriously adopted by 70-year-old Russian men. Oh, what joy. Oh, what wonder. But don't worry, let's go back to the war. Let's go back to the war for a bit. Because there's news from the war itself. Amazing news. I have to find this because I found this on the Polish news. I don't know. I don't know why this news has not been talked about wider in the world. You know. Okay, I'm gonna Google the English. Okay, there's nothing about this. So I'm gonna have to get a I'm just gonna have to read this from the Jesus. So apparently the Russian engineers have created a biostimulant which allows a soldier to relax in a way that he would during a 4 to 6 hour sleep. There you go. Russian soldiers will not sleep anymore. Russian soldiers can die in the thousands, and in addition, they don't need sleep anymore. So sometimes people called Russian soldiers zombies. And I guess this comparison is even more amped now. The Russian state corporation Rostec has said that they have developed a method that allows in 20 minutes for the soldiers to get a 4 to 6 hours rest. Oh no, it's not pills. It's some... Jesus. Unfortunately, I cannot read the whole article because... reasons. Because I tried to actually buy a subscription, but it didn't allow me to. I even tried paying, but it just didn't allow me to. And wait, I'm gonna see the fragment. Because they sort of showed how it looks like in the photo. This is how it looks like. This is the system that stimulates you. It's apparently already used in rehabilitation of soldiers within the area of the special operation, the invasion. This little machine allows you to relax in 20 minutes and reach a deep relaxation of the body, which is comparable to 4 to 6 hours of sleep. Kind of, I mean, they probably still, I assume they're still going to be sleep deprived, no? Like, even if you sort of try to cheat the system and try to sort of, I don't know, make them feel as if even if you're gonna make them feel like they've slept for 4 to 6 hours, they're not actually sleeping from 4 to 6 hours, which I would assume they're just gonna be feeling like they did, and then I don't know. I would have to see how that even works. I would have to see what it actually does. Does it actually regenerate the body as if someone? That's so weird. So there you have it. Like, they're gonna be sent by the thousands, sleepless soldiers. Jesus. It's gonna be something. Apparently it's already happening. Apparently it's already in use for rehabilitation. So it's not even some, like, hypothetical thing. It's already been used. So, I don't know. Pretty interesting stuff going on. Wouldn't you say? Now home. That's done. Not here. Oh.
You're really up against a war machine in Russia. Russia
defeated Hitler. Russia is speedrunning on breaking their own people. I mean, that has been their historically tried strategy. Hello, Ant. And now some grim news. Russia is receiving ballistic missiles from its allies, Iran and North Korea, which they use to strike Ukrainian territory. Ukraine isn't receiving any weapons from its Western allies, which they can use to strike Russian territory. They seem to be an imbalance. But there's actually good news. There's actually pretty cool news from what I'm hearing today, which makes me question certain things. Euromaidan Press. Stoltenberg on F-16. Ukraine has right to self-defense, including hitting targets outside the country. So now, suddenly, the UN has woken up and decided, hey, you know what? Actually, Ukraine is well within its rights, within international law, to strike Russian territory when it comes to military targets. What a change in philosophy. A welcome one, by the way. A welcome one. Regarding Ukraine's future use of the F-16 jets, NATO chief Stoltenberg says Ukraine has the right to self-defense, including striking legitimate Russian military targets outside its borders. So, I guess Ukraine is finally given sort of a green light to not just passively defend itself, but also to strike back at the enemy, to sort of what's the term that I should use? To disable its capabilities to strike at Ukraine, which of course it makes sense, you know? Of course, to win against such an enemy, you will have to strike back. You cannot endlessly just defend and wait for the enemy to just, slowly destroy you, refill stockpiles, attack, everything, all the destruction happening on the territory of Ukraine. It makes sense that military targets would be and should be attacked. Makes perfect sense. In an interview with RFE-RL, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg stated that Ukrainian pilots of F-16 multi-role fighter jets would have the right to strike legitimate military targets outside of Ukraine, i.e. on Russian territory. Although some attacks on Russian territory have already been happening, it's nice to see this official sort of, we're gonna give you these weapons, feel free to use them to strike at Russian territory, which I suspect Russia will treat as escalation by NATO, but, who cares? Who the hell cares? Ukraine seeks F-16 fighter jets to counter Russia's air superiority at the front line, where Russian aircraft maintain an edge with longer range capabilities despite Ukraine's dense air defenses. The United States approved the transfer of F-16s from Denmark and the Netherlands last August, pending completion of pilot training. Training of Ukrainian pilots and ground personnel is ongoing, and Ukraine has yet to operate any F-16s. According to CNN sources, the first 4 Ukrainian pilots are expected to complete their training by summer. Asked when Ukraine will be able to deploy the US-made F-16 fighter jets, Stoltenberg stated that was not possible to say, reiterating that Ukraine's allies all want them to be there as early as possible. Stoltenberg, however, emphasized that the impact of the F-16s on the battlefield would be greater if pilots are well trained and maintenance crews and other support personnel are well prepared. So I think we have to listen to the military experts exactly when we will be ready to, or when allies will be ready. We have to listen to the military experts. So I think we have to listen to the military experts exactly when we will be ready to, or when allies will be ready to start sending and delivering the F-16s, he told RFE RL. The sooner, the better. Have at them. True. Have at them. True. Jesus. Stoltenberg stated that the decision to deliver F-16s to Ukraine is up to individual allies who have varying policies, but emphasized that Ukraine has the right to self-defense and the war of aggression, including striking legitimate Russian military targets outside its borders. So, do we have it? Oh, for a second there I thought the stream died or something. But no! We're alive! We're alive and well. Thank you. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Gigglers. Thank goodness. One moment. There's a story here. One moment. Let us talk a bit. Crimean Tatars. Since Russia annexed Crimea 10 years ago, Russians have been persecuting Crimean activists. Majority of the detainees are Crimean Tatars. Russians accuse Crimean Tatars of Islamic extremism and terrorism. They carry out unwarranted searches of Crimean Tatars' property. And here we have a story. Armed Russian security forces stormed the home of a journalist in Crimea. Jesus, jump scare. Let's see. Hold on. React. We're once again reacting to this whole thing. In temporarily occupied Dzhankoi, Russian security forces stormed the house of journalist and human rights activist Lutfia Zudieva, conducted searches and kept the woman in an illegal center for countering extremism for several hours. This was reported by the Ukrainian Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights, Dmytro Lubinets. According to him, during the searches, the Russians did not let anyone into the house, not even lawyers. That reminds me of something that happened in Poland, actually. The invaders seized a video surveillance recorder, phones of all family members, memory cards, and a laptop. Lufti Zudieva herself was taken to the illegal center for countering extremism in Akhmedset, where she was held for several hours. 2 administrative protocols were drawn up against the Crimean Tatar activist allegedly for abuse of freedom of mass information. How do you abuse the freedom of mass information? How do you do that? I guess the abuse of freedom of mass information is when you say things that are inconvenient to the government. Another search in temporarily occupied Crimea is a gross violation of the norms of international humanitarian law, which prohibits the extension of the criminal legislation of the occupying state to the occupied territory. I mean, when has Russia ever worried about the legality of anything? Like, at this point, it's like screaming at the cloud, hey, Russia's, breaking international law. Russia's breaking international. We know. They've been doing it at the front. They've been doing it in the occupied territories. They've been doing it in Russia. They do it everywhere. In the opinion of the ombudsman, the Russians are trying to suppress the Ukrainian resistance in this way on the eve of anniversary of the occupation of the peninsula. Lubinets once again called on the international community to strongly condemn Russia's unlawful actions and increase pressure to stop gross human rights violations in the temporarily occupied Crimea, as well as the immediate release of all illegally detained citizens of Ukraine. Read also. So that's it. As we all know, the Tatars are we all know what happened to the Crimean Tatars, been deported. were able to finally return home, which there is another interesting story about that. No migration, no gender, no war. Center for Fundamental Rights. What? Hungary? Jesus. No migration, no gender, no war. Hungary. Center for Fundamental Rights. It is such a bizarre thing to witness on the eve of the scandal in which the president of Hungary has pardoned pedophiles who were not just charged but also sentenced, you know, for covering up for pedophilia in I believe, an orphanage. That is such a bizarre thing to just witness. Hungary, like, I'm gonna do a big thing on the Hungary thing. Like, it's pretty disgusting what's happening. And again, I've noticed a strange silence when it comes to all streamers talking about international affairs. A strange silence, a deafening silence on the part of all streamers that allegedly cover foreign affairs. A huge pedophile scandal in Hungary that actually created a bit of a stir within the government of Hungary, which prompted Viktor Orbán to do a very, very fast damage control in having the president resign, and the ex-minister of justice, I believe, had to resign, which created further repercussions because they then started crapping on the system once they were gone. And they were giant protests because the voter base of Orbán is basically built on the ideas of hating pedophilia and, of course, on tying the topic of pedophilia together with the LGBT. So it was a little bit of a shocker to learn that the president in the government that you've elected to battle pedophilia pardons pedophiles. It was a little bit of a strike in the head, which caused even the voters of Fidesz, the party that is in charge in Hungary, even their own voters came out to protest against them, which is an indicator of a big, I don't know, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I'm looking deeper into the thing, and we're gonna talk about it once I'm sufficiently prepared to talk about the Hungary scandal. Oh. Damn. 7 things MAGA Christian nationalists have said they want to do if they gain power. 1. Criminalize casual sex. Jesus. Not woke. Awake. Not woke. Awake Not Woke conference. That we're just scratching our heads. You know, winning has become our daily habit. I'm gonna... What the hell? Awake Not Woke. The Awake Not Woke conference. One moment. What? Oh my god. Oh. 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 This is amazing. This is great. Awake Not Woke is them showing how much projection they're doing, because the only people taking about waking up there are the right crackpots. Oh my god. This is great. Though granted they took woke from AV because of course they would. Awake Not Woke, a Christian response to the cult of progressive ideology. Oh my god. I want to watch this. Let's go. Oh my god. Awake Not Woke, a Christian... Awake. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Awake and not woke. Are you ready? Are you ready to... Oh god, I have to put on my thing for this. I am so ready. I am so ready for this. Okay, let's go. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. Oh me, oh my. We are witnessing something beautiful. We are witnessing a beautiful thing. The soul of Washington in the heart of the city. I'm not sure if we're gonna watch the whole thing, but oh god. Also, a literal death cult. Calling anything a cult as a slur is quite equally self-unaware. Let's see it. Let's.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the Catholic Information Center.
Catholic Information Center. This is getting better and better. Why so quiet though? Why so quiet?
My name is Rosemary Eldridge, and I'm delighted to be here today.
Damn. I'm delighted to be here today as well. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. I am super stoked to be here as well. Damn. Okay.
Noelle Moehring, author and fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center.
Why do they always look like they're trying to gaze into your soul with the intense stare, like the, you know, that's just, I don't know, that's just what I've sort of noticed.
Here to discuss her new book, Awake Not Woke.
Oh, it's a book. It's a whole book. Awake Not Woke, a Christian perspective of cult of progressive ideology.
In response to the cult of progressive ideology.
Damn.
Now, you can learn more about Noelle, her previous publications, and her career by reading...
Not many books on this person's shelf, clearly. Why is this woman preaching to me, though? Very...
reading the event description below. And I'd also like to take a quick second to encourage you to sign up for our e-newsletter and to follow us on social
No,
media.
thank you.
This is the best way to stay up to date on all the programming that the CIC has to offer you. And with that, I give the screen to Noelle.
Good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are. It's my great honor to be here with the CIC. I have great admiration for the work that they do. And thank you so
Jesus.
much to Rosemary and me.
What was that?
I wrote
Oh God.
my book, Awake. Spaces and
I mean, okay, that was so well said. I couldn't have said it better. I agree. I agree with everything that this person said.
cancellation that I think many of us thought was relegated to the ivory tower had began morphing more and more into the about it around 2019 after a viral news story in a gene extended
So well said. So beautiful. So, no, man. I feel inspired. Maybe I also have to like go and, you know, figure out the non-woke thing somehow. Maybe I also have to do it. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that's the way to go.
ended forgiveness and a female police
Jesus. Female.
officer who had mistakenly shot and killed his brother. And he wanted
Oh
to
wow. Okay. I'm learning a lot.
extend
This
that
concerns another strong theory of mine. No one does as much identity politics as conservatives. Hello, I'm Tikas. Hello.
It was a remarkable
We're watching a video about awake, not woke, with a person not being able to utter a full sentence.
moment gained in views and shares and likes. Another story, however, arose alongside it.
Okay, this person is not gonna
Christians were
say.
scolding
This person not gonna say anything.
Huge topic.
Huge topic.
That's a great question too, and a big one. I mean, I always say that.
Okay, I want to hear the question because I know we're not gonna hear the
regard-
answer because it's gonna be.
Educate children. Our next question
Oh.
is: it seems to me that the main victims of these errors are children, and
Children.
that we have actively and passionately, and that we have to actively and
We have transed them all. They are now all trans.
passionately educate our children about all of these issues. Otherwise, since they are wading in the sewage, they will definitely pick up some sort of infection. What
Wading-
suggestions you have in regards to educating our kids on this huge topic?
That's a great question too, and a big one. I mean, I always say that the first, you know, I didn't invent this idea obviously, but the first thing you want to do is to have a really positive and joyful home, you know, because you want your kids are going to be told at some
As opposed to everybody, as opposed to all the woke people that want a horrible and unhappy home. The long summering crisis that grips our culture has exploded in recent years, leaving us divided and intransigent. Discourse seems futile when we are no longer a people with shared principles or even a shared understanding of reality. What seems obvious to one person is patently absurd to the next. Noelle Merring, co-author of Theology of Home, details how this collapse of meaning is not accidental, but instead has been plotted for decades and now presents in its current form as woke ideology. She unmasks this ideology by examining its history, major players, premises, and tactics, showing us that wokeness, as its core, is an ideology of rupture. Indeed, it is an ideology with fundamentalist and even cult-like characteristics that is on collision course with Christianity. about the book. With a wit and clarity that both exposes the absurd and mourns the brokenness of our culture, Noel Mering provides answers to such questions as: why does tolerance seems to only go in one direction? How does the ideology create enemies, eroding friendship across the sexes and races? Why is violence the natural end of woke ideology? Okay. Why are the woke considered blameless? Why have politics become all-absorbing? Why is the corruption of children a logical outgrowth of woke principles? How is the movement fundamentally a rejection of the Logos? Oh my God. This is a spiritual battle, and it is not accidental. The architects of revolution have long known that the transformation of the West had to come by way of destabilizing the social, familial, and religious pieties of citizenry. But there is a road to restoration, and it begins with identifying and understanding the operating principles of the woke movement, while the revolution is a counterfeit religion resulting in alienation and division. The one true faith brings restoration. It is if this restoration of the person, the family, and the faith for which we all hunger, and is the most fitting avenue towards a more harmonious and whole society. What people are saying, Awake Not Woke, is an invaluable resource for today's cultural confusion. Mering deftly sits through the jargon to understand, explain, and refute the current state of the progressive movement. Though analyzed in a Christian context, much of the weight of the argument is grounded in universal principles of human nature. Its book driven less by politics and more for the care of people and concerned for the wide and lasting harm of the humanizing ideology. Oh my God. Oh my God. Noel Mering, Awake is Not Woke, is essential reading to understand the dominant views of social justice today. It is an engaging and serious book that distills the animating principles of the woke movement and explains the intellectual history behind it. But Mering doesn't stop at critical analysis. She takes seriously the claims and grievances of racism, injustice, and abuse and offers a response rooted not in power and conflict, but in deep interpersonal relationship and the human need to live in truth and to be known and loved. Seven things MAGA Christian nationalists: criminalizing casual sex, nullify all same-sex marriages, criminalize homosexuality, ban IVF, jail women for seeking abortions, ban sex change operations, pull birth control off the shelves. In other words, they're so incapable of tolerating peaceful behavior between consenting adults that they dream of violently cracking down on it. Their entire movement is a rejection of American ideals. Well, you know. Wrong. Nobody wants to do that. Yes, same-sex marriage is wrong. Wrong. Nobody wants to do that. What was the third? Yes, protection of human life is important. Yes, murderers should be in jail. Yes, children shouldn't be able to get those surgeries. Jesus. What a development. Awaken, not awoken. Awaken, my children, not awoken. Imagine when Mary's statue worshipping adulterous cultists who are fanatical cult even by the standards of the general non-denominational Christian cult call you a cult. These freaks should be happy they enjoy the undeserved privilege they do, because if they didn't, we... Okay. I see what's happening here. I see what's happening here. I see what you're trying to tell me. I understand now. So, more of the Polish politician from the Confederacy Party, just to sort of, how should I say, drive home what sort of party the Confederacy is. This video is titled, sort of, Manson forgot that he is not on TikTok. And Manson is one of the top dogs in the Confederacy Party. The Polish Confederacy Party.
Jest w stanie walnąć w nią łeb swoich...
What?
Jest w stanie walnąć w nią łeb swoich przeciwników.
What?
Jest w stanie walnąć w nią łeb swoich przeciwników.
Is able to knock, boink on the head her enemies.
Robił tak PiS w trakcie COVID-u.
PiS has done it during COVID.
I wy tak robicie w sprawie TVP, czy
And you do it when it comes to the national television.
prokuratury
And when it comes to and when it comes to the prosecutor's office.
krajowej.
What the? What a clown! Oh my god! Polish politics are always so humorous to watch. This is in the parliament, by the way. This is a speech in the parliament.
Prokuratury krajowej.
Manson forgot he's not on TikTok anymore.
I zapomniałem.
And I forgot.
Skończyła się taśma.
The tape has finished. I forgot what I was about to say next. Oh my god.
No kurde.
Oh crap.
Dlatego Konfederacja
And so Confederation,
oczywiście
of course,
zagłosuje przeciwko
will vote against
wotum nieufności.
Against the vote of non-confidence.
Wobec ministra Bodnara. Bardzo
Jesus Christ, what a clown.
za wotum
For the vote of non-confidence.
nieufności wobec ministra Bodnara.
For Minister Bodnar.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you. Aj.
Jest w stanie
This is Polish politics. This is the Confederacy Party. The Confederacy Party that has either clowns like this that are used to their little TikTok videos that just make idiots out of themselves in the Polish parliament. This is Manson. That is his name. You have people like Brown that destroy Christmas trees because they're decorated with Ukrainian flags and hates Ukraine with a passion. You have Bosak, who says that Ukraine must pay for favors in concessions. And also the Confederacy as a whole supports the protest on the border and fuels anti-Ukrainian and anti-Ukraine Union sentiments. I just cannot believe this passes as politics in Poland. Oh yeah, what was I supposed to say? What was I talking about? What? Oh crap. Oh damn. I lost it. Yeah, go Confederacy, I guess. Damn. Oh my god. So yeah, so we, the Confederacy, are going to vote against. I mean for the vote of non-conf. Jesus. Why is Poland always such an embarrassment? And why am I always the person who shared that embarrassment with the world? Must be a masochist or something. Jesus. The feminist stole his chin. Oh yeah. I'm not mean about things like that. Come on. The UK is worse. I'm not so sure. I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree that the UK is worse. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I agree with this statement. We're living through some times, aren't we? But we needed this levity of Mr. Manson. Let's see the comments. Manson forgot he's not on TikTok. Dear Parliament, you just got... Dear Parliament, just edit this part out. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Dear Parliament, just edit it out. The sharpest crayon in all of Confederacy. Didn't they and peace lose the parliament and the election? So does their non-confidence vote for the new government really matter? No, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, but they still do a lot of damage on the border, etc. So they still do a lot of border. Hold on. I want to read this because this is pretty... This is pretty wild, actually. Let's look at this. I'm gonna go get some drinks. And then we're gonna read about this. Because this is actually pretty big. This is pretty big. What? Now they decided. Nope, we're not gonna claim any offers. I have to look this up because this is... I'm Googling this right now. If true, this is wild. This is just a footnote for now. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a drink. One moment. Don't go in. Eating crayons. Oh, I've been muted. UK isn't a democracy. Come on. People from Poland run away. What a joke. What a joke. What a joke. Ooh. Kraków. You can just visit Kraków for the weekend. That was the longest silent rant ever. What silent rant? What do you mean? Oh yeah, sorry. I wasn't a rant. I wasn't a rant. I was just explaining something nicely. Damn. Everybody was so excited by the new Avatar thing. Everybody was so excited by the new Avatar thing, and everybody's just so disillusioned by the movie. No, I don't. No, wait, it's not a movie, it's a series. Everybody's so disillusioned by it now. Everybody's like, after all the news came in, like the... What's the name of the side character? Sokka, I think. Sokka? Yeah, Sokka. What's the name of the... There you go. Sokka. You Sokka, Sokka. So apparently they will take away Sokka being sexist at first and then growing as a person because it's not good. And now they made him fly without his glider, which is another thing that people hate. Damn. People hate that Aang from the Avatar is flying without his glider. Look. People were just praising this for some time, and then more information is coming out, and people are hating the changes. Hating that the kid is flying without the glider. Is it? I'm not so sure if it's weird. Like, I'm not so sure. Why is it weird? Is it weird that a person as a kid can have some bad and weird ideas and grow out of them as part of his development? I don't know. I don't know if that's weird. I would say the opposite, no? Like that a character has some serious flaws and overcomes them as like the sort of their own personal journey sort of happens. I don't know if that's weird. If you take away things like that from characters, then what's the point for the characters? You know? They have to undergo some sort of arcs and changes, no? Otherwise, what's even the point? No? Am I wrong? Oh. Yeah, the part is good. It's weird that they removed it. Okay, I get it. Like, why remove character development? It's like, why even have characters at this point? You know, you cannot make characters with arcs into static characters because you have a big risk of turning the story into crap. If you turn that dynamic character with an arc into a static character without one. Static characters can work, but they have to be written that way from the get-go. And the story of the Avatar already exists. Also, a static character without an arc usually works because they're the character that... Speaking of corruption, People like to speak of corruption in Ukraine. And I'm here to tell you about a story of a city called Chernihiv and about a bad man who was a chairman of the commission of the army commission in Chernihiv. Apparently in his office they found over $1 million. Okay, they found over $1 million in the office of the chairman of the Army Commission. And it worked like this. People that didn't want to go to the army went to him. He would give them sort of fake papers that they were not fit for service. And they would go to the western border and leave the country. That was the basis of the thing. He's apparently a doctor as well. Let's watch a video. Yeah, the money was just sitting there. I don't know why he kept it in his office, but I don't know why he was stupid enough to just keep the money in his office, but you know, it happens. Thanks to that assistance, he was able to be caught and that thing was able to be cut. Damn. What is this? Toaster? A toaster package. Damn. It was his emotional assistance money pile. Well, unfortunately, his career of a person that helps people not get into the army has ended. He's been cracked down. I'm not even surprised that something like this is happening. It's like, it's not... Wait, have I shown you the video or have I been just watching it alone? Hold on. I have to show you the video, don't I? It's not a long video. So there you go. That's the video. And now we're gonna look into the details of this thing. I wanna see more about this guy. There you go. Obozrevata. Almost 1 million found during searches of the former head of the Chernihiv Regional Medical Commission. Details have emerged, photos and video. No, they're old. They're old headphones. I've had them for a long time. They are old headphones. Okay, let's get into this. Let's react. The former head of the Chernihiv Regional Military Medical Commission was found to have almost $1 million. Well, some sources say that it was more than 1 million. The searches were conducted in one of his apartments in Kiev. Well, one source say that it was in the office. The investigative actions were conducted on February 21st as part of an investigation into one of the criminal proceedings. This was reported by the Prosecutor General's office. This is actually very good. Like this, ironically enough, well, not ironic. There's no irony here. It actually goes against the narrative of people that Ukraine is so helplessly corrupt because it's being cracked down on, you know? Ukraine is actually doing its best to crack down on corruption and abuses like this, which is good. The suspect worked as the chairman of the Chernihiv Regional Military Commission before the full-scale Russian invasion until the summer of 2021. According to the investigation, the former official, together with currently unidentified officials of the Chernihiv MLC of the TCC and JV, assisted residents of Chernihiv in evading conscription during mobilization. Not in Poland. In Poland, that does not happen. In Poland, the history of Ukraine is definitely not described in such terms. Oof. Oof. Oh my god. Oh gosh. The suspect received USD 5,000 from a person liable for military service, so $5,000, for declaring him unfit for military service for health reasons and removing him from the military register. The man was then able to leave the country without any obstacles by just going to the western border, for example. Law enforcement officers conducted 11 searches at the residences and workplaces of current members of the Chernihiv TCC and JV. In the suspect's apartment, they found funds in the amount of $972,000 and 22.5 thousand euro. The Chernihiv Telegram channel published a video of the searches that investigators conducted in the former official's apartment in the capital. According to the footage, he kept the dollars in toaster and candy boxes. Damn. Nobody would search for money in a candy box or in a toaster box. Toaster money. You got toasted. There you go. My joke for the day. You got toasted. The suspect is charged with obtaining illegal benefit, obstructing the lawful activities of the armed forces of Ukraine and other military formations, as well as illegal transportation of persons across the state border of Ukraine. and you have the laws basically signed here. The Nevsky District Court of Chernihiv Well, the internet has died. Damn. I am back. And you're still here. Oh my gosh, you waited for me. I cannot believe how lucky I am with this audience. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. God damn. Full screen. Full screen ahead. Oh, let's read some good news about Poland for once. God, for once we have some Polish Sejm honors victims of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. Finally, some wholesome news about the war. We're gonna see. We're gonna see if Poland can redeem itself in my eyes. Because Poland has been very naughty recently. It's been not good. Damn. So, Poland. The Polish Sejm, the lower house of parliament, has passed a resolution on the 22nd February to mark the upcoming second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, to commemorate the victims of Russian aggression, and call for the perpetrators to be brought to justice. Source: European Pravda. Joining the pain of the families who lost their loved ones during the hostilities, the Sejm of the Republic of Poland pays tribute to all the soldiers who died defending Ukraine and to the civilians killed. Details. In the resolution, the Polish Sejm urges the International Criminal Court to bring to justice those responsible for all war crimes committed against the Ukrainian people. Aware that Ukraine is not only defending its borders but also deterring Russian imperialism, the Sejm of the Republic of Poland greets and thanks the Ukrainian people and that part of the international community that supports their defense efforts for their courage and bravery. The resolution reads, damn. The Polish Sejm also urged the governments of NATO and the EU states to strengthen the comprehensive support provided to Ukraine, in particular to ensure that swift delivery of military equipment and ammunition, which will enable the country to effectively defend itself against the aggressor. Background. Almost 80% of Ukrainians perceive Poland as a friendly country, but this figure has dropped significantly compared to the survey conducted 6 months ago. Another poll found that 2 years after the start of the full-scale Russo-Ukrainian war, almost half of Poles believe that it will end in both Ukraine and Russia's destruction. Oh my God! Holy Jesus Christ. Almost half of Polish people will believe that the war will end in both Ukraine and Russia's destruction. That is just wild. Oh my gosh. I mean, I cannot blame Ukrainian people for sort of liking Polish people less. Like, how would you still perceive Poland as a friendly country when you have the protest? You have the protest on the border. Of course, the figure is gonna drop. The figure is gonna drop significantly. Of course. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours. Jesus. Let me see. Jesus. Oh, well, that happened. Wait. Jesus. Wow. I guess that's it for now. So, love and solidarity, and I'll see you tomorrow. I have to prepare for something, so... It's very curious that the Polish different his complaint. The Polish what? Sorry? Okay. Love and solidarity. We love our non-binary siblings. Moskva. Boom. There you go. Finish stream.